Welcome to Blaze TV's RNC coverage. I'm Jill Savage. We have an amazing show lined up for you tonight. We'll be bringing you the biggest speeches of the night from Donald Trump, as well as Tucker Carlson, Dana White, Eric Trump, and many more live from Milwaukee. And after Trump's speech tonight, we're going to check in with our very own Glenn Beck. I know that he's already said this is the most powerful convention he's ever seen in his lifetime. So that's all before we get to the main event tonight. But first, let's introduce the panel that we have with us. Matthew Peterson is the editor-in-chief for Blaze News. Sara Gonzales from the Sara Gonzales Unfiltered show. And Matthew Marsden is a Blaze TV contributor who is also on Sara Gonzales Unfiltered tonight. So we made them stay in the building because, you guys, is it safe to say that this is one of the biggest weeks in political history? We've been watching the RNC all week, coming off of what was a very traumatic weekend for everybody in the country. So, Sara, I want to start with you. We've seen a much more emotional Donald Trump as he entered in that arena in Milwaukee. So what are your biggest takeaways that you've seen from the week?
I mean, it's just the stark contrast from the 2016 Republican National Convention is just, it could not be greater. I mean, you had a convention just to take, let's go back in a time machine, right? Take us back. You had Ted Cruz who went out on stage and said, vote your conscience. Right? You had all of these, the drama, the theatrics that were planned. Was Donald Trump actually going to take it, or were they going to stage some sort of a coup? And so you take the contrast of what 2016 brought us and bring us to tonight, bring us to Monday, where it was just electric in that arena, in that stadium, where Donald Trump walked out fresh after being shot. And you saw an energized, recharged Republican Party. You see that MAGA, or I should say, honestly, America First, has taken over the party. This is the party now. It has been transformed. It has been rejuvenated, and it is headed in a much different, I would say, positive direction. It's great to see.
Matthew, it feels bigger than MAGA right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sarah's right. I think what you're seeing is the takeover is complete. I mean, there's a lot of worry during the Trump years for people who are pro-Trump that the party would not convert. It wouldn't fully come over. And after everything that's happened, what we see this week is this is a brand new party. It's younger. It has new ideas. It's moving in a different direction, and it's consolidated behind Trump.
Matthew, what have you seen this week?
Well, I just think it's really quite remarkable that we're sitting here talking about a president that just missed an assassination. He survived an assassination. I never thought that I would see that in my lifetime. I was too young. In fact, I wasn't born when Ronald Reagan was assassinated. They tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan. No, but I never thought that I would see it. And it's really remarkable to see the way that things have shifted, I think, all across the country. And that was certainly reflected or has been reflected in the RNC this week. So it's amazing. I cannot wait to see what Trump is going to say and what the reception is going to be. It's going to be amazing.
That's what I want to ask you. So where do you think with Donald Trump, this is going to be his biggest speech that we've ever seen? It's going to be the biggest event that he has here with the attempt that has been made on his life. What do you expect Donald Trump to say tonight?
Well, I think he's still going to be the Donald Trump that we know. He's a fighter. He said, look, the guy immediately after he got shot at, stood up and pumped his fist and said, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's what all Americans really want to see in their commander-in-chief, especially after what we've seen, this lackluster president we have right now. I mean, it's ridiculous. Do I think that he's going to reach out? I think he's going to make the speech about America and about how we move forward. And if people buy into that or not, that's up to them. But I think it's going to be a very positive. We need that. The country needs a positive, energetic speech that's going to move us forward. And who knows? Who knows what his rhetoric's going to be like? I certainly think while watching him yesterday, he looked different. He physically looked different. And I think that when someone tries to kill you, of course, that's going to change you mentally in some way, shape, or form. I don't know what his delivery is going to be like tonight, but I think it's going to be maybe a little bit reflectful. You saw him being a little bit emotional yesterday. How could you not? But I think he's going to be the Trump that we know and love.
Sara, we've seen that Donald Trump has apparently ripped up his first speech. And whatever that was going to be, we'll never know. But he's saying that he's writing this one himself. So what do you think he's going to come with tonight?
Yeah, I think that there is going to be a lot of the sentiment that we saw when he stood up and held his fist in the air and said, fight, fight, fight. However, to Matt Marsden's point, I do think that the fighting will be reflective of fight for this country, fight for America. We are not going to let these people take this country and run it in the gutter. I'm not going to let this assassination attempt deter me. I am here fighting for you. I mean, we heard Donald Trump, it feels like forever ago, sit there and say, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just standing in the way. And I think the more that he can lean into that, I know we've heard reports that, oh, this message is about unity. What I'd like to hear is unity about the party, not unity with the left, right? I mean, these are people who hate him. These are people who hate us and everything that we stand for. I'm not so much looking to unify with them as I am to unify with, the entirety of the party, because as we saw, the party did unify on Saturday evening, something we did not expect. And now all of a sudden you have all of these people coming out of the woodwork who were Republicans who previously said, I will not vote for this man, say, I will crawl over broken glass to make sure that I vote for him. And I think that the speech is going to be reflective of that tonight.
I mean, if this was a normal election year or a normal time, quote unquote, in American history, looking back in, previous time periods in our life, you would look at this night and you would say, this is the culmination, the Super Bowl, the culmination of everything Trump has been through, the biggest night in his life since 2016. And the story is very clear and the mood of the country is very clear. Mm-hmm. And it goes something like this. They put everything in their power. They did everything in their power to stop this man. Everyone knows it. The government itself was trying to prevent him from running effectively. The lies, the lawfare, and then an assassin's bullet, which God or the wind stopped. And Trump remains, and he remains defiant. And right now you can feel the energy building. So now we're in a period of time where you look at this and you see independents and people rushing to Trump and the whole map turning red, where you would say, this is potentially now a once in a 70-year realigning election. A new Republican Party moved in a different direction and everything they did to him failed. They turned up the cultural political machine to 11 and for 8 long years, and it all failed, and even a bullet failed. And so there's a sense of victory tonight. It's almost a victory speech of, I'm still here and we're going to win. Now, having said that, on the other side of it, his enemies are desperate, as we know, and the Democratic Party is looking to shuffle the deck and fight him. And these are people, as we know, who are willing to both shut and burn the country down if they don't get what they want. So I wouldn't be complacent about it. But that is the feeling right now, that we're on the verge of something massive.
Well, they might have to go out and burn something down. Well, they don't even know who their candidate is going to be right now, because it feels like we're a little girl picking daisies. He loves me not. Every hour that goes by these days, is Joe Biden going to be the candidate? Is he not? But once you get to this point, there's no going back from that. I don't see how he can be the candidate when we get to November. There is a long time between now and then. And we had a tweet from Mark Halperin earlier today saying, breaking news, multiple sources outline the apparent state of play of Biden at this time. He has plans to withdraw from the nomination as early as this weekend, Sunday being the most likely day. They're polishing up the remarks. Biden says that he's not going to resign the presidency. He will not endorse Kamala Harris, and they plan on having an open convention with Harris and 3 others. So we sit here and we just come off a conversation about an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. And we look across the aisle and Joe Biden may or may not even be the candidate that Donald Trump goes up against. So what's your initial reaction just with all this back and forth of will he or won't he be the candidate?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the conversation that's being had right now is being had with Jill Biden, not Joe, right? She seems to be the go-between here. But I mean, I think that it's important to talk about if Joe Biden drops out, because that's the language that's being used. He's not going to step down. He's going to drop out of the future race for future president. What happens in the next 5 months? Because what is the reason that he is giving for dropping out of the race? If it's a health concern, well, how can you justify being here for the next 5 months? Right? How do you not say, I have to step down because of this health concern? I mean, people are floating the idea that it's going to be COVID and that the timing was all, coincidental.
Could he wear a mask, by the way?
Well,
I mean, that's their side, right? Like he was on the plane without a mask yesterday, Sarah.
He also was boosted probably 10 times. So go get your next booster, ladies and gentlemen. But I mean, you have a guy who clearly is not with it. Everyone is calling for him to step down and to drop out. How do you justify I'm dropping out of the race, but I will not step down right now? I don't know. I don't know how you do that.
Well, I mean, he's going to say something like, look, I can't go on like longer term, right? But I'm still the president. I mean, he's going to have to say something like this. If what Halpern said is correct, he's going to say, look, I'm still in command of my faculties, but I realize 4 years is a long time and I wouldn't be able to continue. And
if only someone told him beforehand that it was 4 years.
Right.
4-year term.
Right.
If only he knew.
I mean, that they're going to, with a straight face, have to make that case if what Halpern said is right.
But then, hold on. But then Kamala becomes, well, I guess Kamala doesn't become president.
No,
right?
according to, yes.
And he's still not going to endorse her.
What they're saying now is he doesn't endorse, she doesn't become president. They have a speed dating competition, to see who the delegates decide on in the first real open convention. I mean, this is going to be exciting times.
It is. It's going to be
I'm
total
here.
chaos.
I'm here with popcorn.
Total chaos, total implosion. You've got the first black woman vice president, and Joe Biden is not going to endorse her. How is that going to land with all of the minority vote that they intend to get?
If I were them, I would just go out there and say, here's Kamala Harris. We don't, as the Democrats, they don't want her as the candidate anyway. We already know that. So this is a chance. This is their opportunity to run her against Donald Trump and say, oh, you didn't win. We can now move on from you.
Well, but then what is the end result of that? Donald Trump becomes president, and we know they don't want that.
If you look at the polls now, it's not going to be as close.
Well, so I mean, I think what you see now though is the realization like this guy is sputtering. They wanted him out before. I thought that would lessen because who would want to run now? But these people want to win, and they're in a desperate situation. And in that desperate situation, you might absolutely say Harris is better than a doddering old man who's cratering in the polls, right? So, and what you're gonna do if that happens is you get back to something that's very comfy for the Democratic Party. If it was Harris, they're gonna make it all about race. In fact, if it's not Harris, they'll probably make it all about race because it's like the last little thing they have that seemed to work for them last time. And so I think things are going to get very nasty once they switch, and they're going to say, "Oh, there's two white men, and that's terrible," and they'll get back to the same old grievance politics very quickly.
Matthew, I want you to weigh in.
Well,
yes or no, Joe Biden in November?
No. I don't think there's any way that he can. I mean, come on. I mean, the guy can't.
Joe Biden next week. I don't know.
He can't even walk to his car. He can't even walk to his car. So what's amazing about this is that you have, on one hand, you've got this energized Republican Party that is just blowing it up. That you watch what you saw yesterday, which was utterly amazing. It was amazing television, right? Even though, I mean, it was rooted in reality, right? I mean, it's not like they were staging these things. You heard Trump's granddaughter come up and say something. I think it really, really humanized him. It was amazing. So you have a resurgent Republican Party. And then you have the Democrats who are just in utter disarray. And like you say, Matt, I've got my popcorn and I'm loving it. I'm loving seeing them being basically destroyed by their own policies. Because if you think from their point of view, go back just a year and they're like, we know what we're going to do. We're going to take him out in the courts. Then we're going to do this. And we've tried to impeach him.
They've
thrown everything at him. Everything. And he's like Teflon Don, right? He just keeps going. He's relentless. And they don't know what to do. Now they've got to a place where someone tried to kill him. He survives. He punches the air. Right? And then literally a couple of days later, he's doing a speech at the convention. I mean, it's utterly unbelievable. I just wish we had a GoPro. I wish we had a GoPro in Barack Obama's living room, right? Watching how they all, well, okay. I said living room. I didn't say bedroom. But just watching them just implode. It's amazing.
I wish we had one outside focused on the water.
On the water. Yeah, I'd like to know what happened to that chef.
Anyway,
there's so many good things going on, but you know what? We are going to bring you all of the most important coverage leading up to the election and beyond. And there's only one way that we can do that, despite big tech demonetizing us and mainstream media trying to distort the facts and trying to destroy our credibility. And we can't do this without you. we won't play by their rules. So we need your support to keep doing the work that we do. So please become a subscriber of Blaze TV and support our work by visiting theblaze.com and use the promo code TRUMP to get $30 off your subscription. And to bring in some extra levity for this conversation, we go out now live to Milwaukee. Chris Bedford is at the RNC right now. He's our senior politics editor for Blaze Media. Chris, please tell us what the energy is like right there in that room leading up to Donald Trump's speech tonight.
Yeah, it's become a joke amongst people who are covering this and producers. People are taking bets. I mean, you have to take a shot every time someone says, it's electric. But honestly, it's an extremely electric atmosphere. It's so happy. It's so buoyant. I was talking to some Republican officials as well as some reporters earlier today talking about the differences that we see between the 2016 convention and the 2024 convention. While 2016 in Cleveland went off well and people accepted it, there was definitely strong factionalism still within the GOP. There were still talks about coups. There were still vote your conscience moments from things like Senator Ted Cruz. This one, nothing like that. People are buoyant, people are festive, people are cheering, they're walking around in lit up capes, and the RNC delegates are a really special breed. They like to get really dressed up. You see people walking around with fake bandages, with build the wall suits. The woman right next to me with a light up Batman Trump cape. It's a great crowd.
I mean, everybody has the light up Batman suit these days. If I had a nickel for every time, Chris, we've been asking around here what we think is going to be in Donald Trump's speech tonight. So I will ask you, have you heard anything? We know that he ripped up the first one and he rewrote it. So what do you expect to hear from Donald Trump tonight?
So here's the one leak I've got for you right now. What's not going to be in Donald Trump's speech, and that's Joe Biden. There's no plan right now to mention the current president, occupant of the White House, and his opponent, even so much as a single time. Now that's interesting. Imagine Democrats trying to give a half an hour, 40-minute, or an hour-long speech about their policies and their prescriptions without mentioning Donald Trump. In fact, Democrats are so obsessed with Donald Trump that Joe Biden had to cancel celebrating the anniversary of the Civil Rights Act because Trump got shot. There was no way to do it in an actually dignified manner without being partisan and attacking him. He's really the reason for their existence right now, and I get that. They ran on this in 2020. They were successful. So Donald Trump's going to try and paint a more hopeful speech, one that raises people up, one that lines out the Republican agenda, and also one that's not focused on someone who, as you've been talking about, Rao, might not be the actual opponent in November.
Chris, we are now waiting to show everyone, and we're all waiting to watch it here. We're going to stream it live. Tucker Carlson's speech, which is going to start in a few minutes. We need to talk about that. I mean, you know Tucker. What do you expect from this speech?
So I've known Tucker now for 15 years. Jeez, it's been a while. I've never once seen him write a speech. I know that they're on a strict timeline here, but he's not writing this, or at least the last couple times I've seen him in particular. He really shoots from the hip. Another thing that has really changed about Tucker's talks since he left Fox and since he went on his own is more and more over the years, religiosity, Christianity has been figuring into his speeches. When I first met him, he wasn't someone who talked very deeply about God. He would laugh, of course not, I'm a Presbyterian or an Episcopalian or whatever he was. He'd make light of it. But it's something that's really started to figure more in his life as he's grown older, as he's dove into it. I expect maybe to hear some of that. And he's not really typically a partisan figure. He's someone who's to the right, for sure, and is hated by the left, but he's never been a real close friend of the Republican Party. So this is an interesting place to see him commenting and giving a speech. It's something that I think if I'd asked him 4 years ago, do you imagine yourself here, he would say absolutely not.
Yeah, a little bit more around that. Let's drill in that real quick, because I think it's important for people to realize what we're seeing is a new Republican Party, one that Tucker Carlson, who is not a fan of many establishment Republicans, the uniparty, foreign policy, etc. We're seeing this unification, though, of the party itself. So when I look at this, I see a band of brothers who basically won. I mean, I remember I had a profound discussion with Tucker a few years ago. It changed my life. But this was a guy who was fighting the system, right? And he really has moved he and others have moved the Republican Party into a totally new place, and now he's giving the speech right before, on the big night before Trump comes out. So this is remarkable. I mean, it's a sea change, and Vance is the same way. I mean, Vance was there banging away on Tucker Carlson Tonight every night. In other words, there's a band of people here who are planting a flag, as I see it, for something that is new.
Yeah, people like Lindsey Graham are not happy that Tucker's here speaking. They're not happy that people like J.D. Vance are the nominee. Actually, I don't know about the personal relationship with him, but there are other senators who really dislike him. Mitch McConnell is one. Mitch McConnell's not happy that Tucker's here. Mitch McConnell's probably not very happy that J.D. Vance is the vice president. This is a really ascendant flip. Although it would do well for MAGA Republicans and conservatives to remember that just like with Ronald Reagan's takeover forcefully of the GOP in 1980, it always is going to be a hostage kind of carjacking situation. As soon as you take your eyes off of the driver, they're going to kick you right out of the car, because the GOP, at the end of the day, largely, just like the Democratic Party, likes to go on its own agenda, funding things, and forever wars, taking care of its pals in Wall Street and corporations. And it's small insurgents like this who now have the lead. We'll see how far they can take it.
Chris, a lot of the country was introduced to J.D. Vance last night, and I think that the message that he laid out is one that many people in America can relate to. What was your takeaway from his speech last night?
Wasn't it a great speech? It was the image that the media had tried to paint of J.D. Vance in the days since his announcement and before his acceptance speech was one of, I think Chris Murphy called him a patriarchal, autocratic, dictatorial, Christian. It was all these ridiculous words. Somebody wanted to replace the American Republic with a theocracy. And what Americans saw on the stage was a family man. I mean, he was hokey in a way that Sarah Palin used to be a master of when she was governor of Alaska. He pushed himself out there as a family man. He was out there with his kids. He talked about his grandmother. He talked about his mother. He talked about growing up in a part of America that is completely foreign to most people who become U.S. senators, even a lot of people who become members of the House of Representatives. But it's very familiar to a lot of American voters, a lot of Republican voters. Hollowed out towns, drug addiction in the family, grandparents who have to step in, a life story that is made possible by having to join the military. This is a story that really resonates, and I think his personal charisma and his disarmingness will go a long way towards breaking down the image they're going to try and paint of him as some kind of hard-nosed, radical, racist, misogynist, whatever else they throw at him.
Yeah, that's important, and we already see them. You know, the narrative is already insane when it comes to J.D. Vance. I'm curious your thoughts on this. It strikes me that a lot of people in the Republican Party, a lot of voters, don't really know much about Vance. I mean, it's a lot of the nerds, people like us, who see him representing something new in the Republican Party. And so I thought it was instructive. This was his opening to the voters, right? Here I am. This is who I am. This is what I'm about. And I wonder how you think that played out. I would note, Vance is 40 years old. I mean, so he's half Joe Biden's age, right? I mean, this guy is young, he's sharp, and he's coming out for the first time to say hello when a lot of people have heard really negative things about him if they've heard anything at all from establishment Republicans.
Well, fortunately, a lot of people were introduced to him by his New York Times #1 best-selling book, Hillbilly Elegy. And those people who don't like to read books or even listen to them on audio could have caught the movie that was made about it. That's a life story that's been ingrained through popular culture in a way that most politicians could only dream of being able to pay for. He actually was able to do that. So now it's going to be a battle of ideas. He's going to have to lay out his idea of a populist conservative nationalism and beat back against the New York Times and others who try to define it as something evil.
Chris, before we let you go, I definitely have to get you to weigh in on Joe Biden because we are getting these latest information sources. Again, every day, every hour, it's Joe Biden will be there as the candidate, Joe Biden won't be there as the candidate. So what is your reading of the tea leaves at this point in time?
Well, there's certainly going to be a lot of egg on Mark Halperin's face if this ends up to be fake news or something that he was misled on. There's such an incredible leak war going on, but to see the shots back from the Biden camp, where you've got advisors talking to reporters explicitly targeting Barack Obama, explicitly targeting Nancy Pelosi by name, saying these are the politicians who lost 2016 and now they want to lose 2024, shows me that they're still fighting. And another thing is, the media, in my experience, really likes to create narratives using anonymous leaks and anonymous sources. They use that, they run with it to get what they want. I would not be surprised if this was the case, given how many anonymous sources over the past few years have turned out to be completely bunk. That said, I'm not going on the betting markets to wager any big money on this one, because this weekend is going to be a hard one for the White House.
Well, Chris, enjoy the convention tonight, and we will catch up with you after Donald Trump's speech tonight. So thanks so much for being out there in Milwaukee for us.
I'll try to have fun here, and you guys have fun without me until then.
We will. And we would like to thank Patriot Mobile for providing the Wi-Fi that is making this broadcast possible all convention long. And they want to thank you for supporting us with a special offer. Please go to patriotmobile.com/RNC24 for a free month of service. You guys, we talked about J.D. Vance there. We hadn't hit on him yet tonight. And I want to get your guys' take. When you watched him last night and the way that he was able to come out and own that stage, and he to me became so likable instantly. His wife did a fantastic job. Sarah, you're nodding. What were your takeaways?
Yeah, I mean, I think that obviously a really great pick by Donald Trump, because not only are you picking someone who can carry out an America First agenda, right, with J.D. Vance, he believes in it, he's sold on it, he can carry the torch, but you also have someone that can appeal to the Rust Belt. You also have someone who literally is the embodiment of the American dream. I mean, you're taking someone who, I mean, he went out there and talked about how he was born into poverty. He had a drug-addicted mother who has been sober for a decade. I mean, these are real stories that hit with the average American, especially people who have loved ones who are dying in record numbers of fentanyl overdoses. And so you have this man who comes out on stage and relates to people in such a way to say, hey, this was my life, and I am still standing up here as a vice presidential candidate. I mean, that is really powerful stuff. And so I think that it's relatable. I think it's going to hit really well.
Yeah, let me, we need to talk about this, and I actually want to hear our Hollywood guys' take on this. What's hilarious about what Chris said is he has been introduced to the American people with a best-selling book and a movie with some fantastic actors, real big names. But what happened is that movie came out, and then he changed, right, his politics and moved towards Trump. And it was almost like it was buried, right? There were no awards. It was like, oh, we're really embarrassed that this happened. This should not have happened. And now that movie is going sky high, right? People are going to rent the movie. They're buying the book again and seeing this story, which it's almost like Hollywood created by accident. I mean,
yeah. Well, I was watching his speech yesterday, and I thought, ooh, they wouldn't make that movie today.
Not now.
Right? It's not like they go back and go, let's go do it, right? They wouldn't do it. But look, I'm going to say from my perspective as someone, you know, I know I have a funny accent because I came from a different country and I came here. But he was the embodiment of the American dream for me. When I heard his story, you know, he, as you said, Sarah, he comes from this depressed area, drug-addled parents. He joins the Marine Corps. He then goes to college on the GI Bill. He then goes to Yale. Then he marries an Indian woman, and then he becomes a senator. And then I mean, it's crazy, because now what you're looking at now is a possible future president of the United States. The story isn't over yet. And this is incredible. And, you know, I don't know if they use this phrase over here, but in the UK, they used to say, America sneezes, the world gets a cold, right? This means something to the world, right? Because America has always been the shining city on a hill. It was for me. When I watched Rocky, I was like, if I go there, I can make something of myself. And this is inspiring people, not just in America. It's all over the world. It's planting America at the front again, of the front of all these other countries that know that you couldn't be a J.D. Vance, even in the UK. It couldn't happen there. It can only happen in America, and that is an amazing, amazing story for the world, let alone America.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that he's younger means he understands what the hell's going on. So when you hear his speech and his vision or the future for the party, what you're hearing is someone who actually understands reality as it is, not as it was when Joe Biden was 40 plus years ago, right? And so this is someone who's looking at the landscape of reality that you and I see. So you can agree or disagree with Vance on various things, but I mean, having published articles by him that were instrumental in moving the right, having seen him operate on Twitter, right? I mean, he follows some great people on Twitter, I should say. Some of whom I know. But he is someone who's out there. He sees the environment that we're in. And, you know, again, agree or disagree, I will take that 10 times over than someone who is old and out of touch and doesn't even understand the issues that people are actually facing.
Speaking of old and out of touch, I think that they're trying to get back to Americana, as you referenced. We're bringing in Hulk Hogan and Dana White tonight, you guys. This is not your point. This is not the old Republican conventions. We are, again, we know that Hulk Hogan, like he's older, but he's Americana through and through.
Yeah.
So when you saw these guys added to the lineup, like, what are we doing?
Not only that, but I will also say I saw MSNBC run a graphic that said notable Republicans who will not be at the RNC convention. And it was like George W. Bush, Mike Pence, Liz Cheney, Paul Ryan. I mean, people who are just absolutely obsolete at this time. And it just could not be more refreshing to be like, yawn, snore. We don't want them at our convention anymore. They're the old guard. We're bringing in the new guard now.
Hulk Hogan has never been and never will be obsolete. We know this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's going to be there.
Okay, Hollywood.
Thunderlips. Right. I mean, look, as you said, Matt, and as you've said, Sarah, this is a massive move for the Republican Party, and I think it can only be a positive thing. You know, I don't want to say that we're more of an inclusive party, because I think that the Republicans always have been an inclusive party, but there certainly has been this kind of stuffiness. And now what has happened with Trump is we're embracing the punk rock that is being a conservative right now. Like, we are the counterculture, and we should embrace these things. I remember growing up, I loved watching Hulk Hogan. That was amazing to me. I've been very fortunate. I've worked with Dana White. I think he's a great man. And you're looking at a group of people, you know, he heads the UFC. That is another very, very smart political move, because there are men out there, a lot of young men that are disaffected, that love things like the UFC. They're looking for masculinity, and they don't know where to go, because they certainly ain't going to get it from the Democrats. So not only I do believe this is an organic movement, because Dana wouldn't put his brand out there. He knows what he's risking by doing that. But it's really amazing for all these young men politically to look and go, this is my home. It's brilliant. It's a really, really smart move.
Yeah, I heard Dana White earlier this week say that he's been friends with Donald Trump for 25 years, and he said he's the biggest badass after that shooting. He said it's the best thing that we could have ever seen for a leader to come out and have the moment that he had after that assassination attempt.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a person who is, you know, one of these men's age, right? Like, you could say that for someone who's one of these men's age, someone who is, you know, 40s, 50s. I'm trying to be kind to you guys here, okay?
Take it down a bit. Lower,
sorry,
lower.
30s, 20s.
Easy.
And so when you have someone who is 78 years old, who is able to react the way that he did, to go to the ground the way that he did, to have Secret Service, who he said left bruises on him the way that they did, and get up and have that moment in the heat of everything that was going on, was absolutely, truly inspirational, not just for a 78-year-old, but for anyone of any age.
And he did not know, by the way, he did not know when he raised his fist that there wasn't another shooter.
No,
he did not know that.
He also knew that he was uncovered from here all the way up, because he had the woman Secret Service agent who was all the way down here. So he left himself totally exposed, but he wanted to make sure that the audience knew that he was okay.
And Sarah, have you noticed that this week at the RNC, when Donald Trump is walking out amongst the people, there are, 6'3" and taller men around him?
Yes, yeah.
And we're not offended by that.
No, I
prefer it.
I want Donald Trump to be covered by giant men who are all bigger than him. That's kind of the whole point of this thing.
So, Matthew, what I'm hearing is that we are a young, hip party for potentially the first time in my life.
Well, I mean,
is this true?
Certainly
Please make it be true.
We're certainly younger than we were before, and you see signs of a cultural change as well, and that's why I think you see they understand how important the culture is, and you see that happening here. Now, granted, that's not a lot of people, although there's a lot more people in culture right now who don't want to support the Democrats, and they want a way out. And so you see some people in tech, you see some people in finance, and you see some people in media sort of, tiptoeing out, coming out and moving towards the Republican Party. So I do think that the Dana White thing is instructive. I mean, that sport is huge, much bigger than people realize. It speaks to the base. It speaks to young men, as Matt said. And you just see a kind of go-for-it attitude where we're talking about a different spirit, a different age bracket. And I absolutely do think the future, when you look at J.D. Vance, the future is young, and it's looking around. Again, the reason that's important is because it's addressing the contours of the actual reality that people face and not talking like people have in D.C. for 40 years because they're 80 years old trying to run our country.
Well, one of the things that I thought was a highlight of not only just last night at the RNC, but the entire convention as a whole. When I looked at Kai Trump, when she came out and talked about her grandpa, and she humanized Donald Trump in a way that nobody else was able to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought that it was, I don't even want to say it was a smart or strategic move for them, because I really do believe that it was absolutely genuine. Don Jr. came on and said, hey, my daughter just really wanted to share some words about her grandfather. And I do think that was a really important moment to have, because, you have the entirety of a party who is demonizing him, calling him Hitler. So it's nice to see that, he's someone's granddad and someone's dad.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it was an amazing moment, and the authenticity. I think this is true of J.D. Vance as well. J.D. you can tell that he's authentic, just like this fella right here.
All right. Well, let's join in with Tucker Carlson.
Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference. I've spent most of my life in Washington, where the president is at the top of the pyramid, everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett-Packard. It doesn't mean she is. No, it's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true, it is a fact, that you could take, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president. You could. I'm just saying theoretically possible. With enough cheating, that could happen. But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader is the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, I think it changed him. Reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run. And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years, really? Not a word about himself? About his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure? This is the irresponsible person? No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen. So the question is, where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah. Our bloodiest war, more than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No. That's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate, and particularly on Saturday in Butler. I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this, actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I'm not whining about it. I wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. I'm lying in bed. Whoa. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house. And she goes, oh, it's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love. And I'll just stop with this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say, I'm on God's side, or God's with me, or even I'm with God. I want to be, not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us right now. And I think that's enough. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Golf General Manager, Trump National Doral, Carrie Tomasco Ruiz.
Tucker Carlson, live on the stage at the RNC. We knew he wasn't going to go out there and have the prepared remarks. He was just going to talk off the cuff, and that's what we got from Tucker, and a lot of his personal stories that everybody loves from him. But I want to get a quick reaction from you guys. What did you think, Matthew?
Well, he's an amazing person. For those of us that know him, we know that he's completely authentic, and what you see is what you get with him. But I would like to make a point about the RNC. It looks great, and I think for the first time that I've been watching this, because normally I watch it, I'm like, the Democrats get it right with the set dressing and the way they present everything. They have absolutely nailed it. Look at that. That looks incredible. Mm-hmm. They've done a brilliant job. And that's what happens when you have a dude that was on television for 17 years calling the shots.
Yeah, to that point, I was on with Sean Spicer earlier today, and he told us that he spoke with the producer of this entire thing, of the RNC convention, and the producer told him a story about showing Donald Trump the plans for this, showing him the stage, showing him the videos, showing him how the layout was going to look. And Trump, typically, a person will go in and say, yeah, great, that looks great. Trump didn't do that. Trump said, actually, you need this here, you need to move this here, you need more of this here. This was very much orchestrated, every single piece of it, by Donald Trump. And so to your point, Matt, that is why it looks as beautiful as it does.
Well, yeah, that is incredible, by the way. We should note it. Aesthetics matter, and the right never gets it right. So it's nice to see some progress. Regarding Tucker, Tucker has this ability that very few people in the world have, at a level very few people have. Glenn Beck has this ability too, and that is they can project sincerity, right? So you can be sincere, but sometimes it's hard, on camera to project it. So they can tap into something that's very sincere and project it to the crowd. What Tucker just did was break down in a very simple way what this means, what this new movement is, and explain it. And it's just representing regular people. And that's why Vance and that's why Trump, as well as break down what happened with Trump. And he did it in a non-sensational way. It was very simple, it was clear, it was direct, and very powerful.
Yeah, Sarah, one of the things that Tucker said was a leader is the bravest man. He's responsible. He has unifying behavior. That's what we see right now. It's not about, oh, let's put this all on Donald Trump. Let's make him bigger than the moment. No, it just is who he is at this time.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is just self-evident. Like, I think when you just look at the contrast between Donald Trump and the moment that he just faced over the weekend, and you look at Joe Biden's violent rhetoric that he has been espousing for years now, along with major members of his party. I mean, I think that it doesn't really take much digging to just look at the stark contrast of the behaviors of the speeches, as much as the mainstream media wants to talk about, oh, well, remember that one time when he said both sides had good members, or whatever the heck the quote was. Obviously, all of those instances that they can reference are all taken completely out of context. And so I think that America can see, not only on this stage, but on the stage at that rally last weekend, they can see the stark contrast between Donald Trump's unifying message, Donald Trump's message about America and building back America and making America great again, and Joe Biden's message of division.
And Marsden, he said, where is he leading us, right? So it could have been down any number of roads. It could have been down the selfish road. It could have been completely different than just rising to the level of the moment in a way that we really don't see from politicians ever.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is incredibly inspiring. And I think in a time where we see one side that just demonstrates that they want to talk about what they're against, that's all we hear is negativity. As you said earlier on, Trump this, Trump that, Trump this. And here we have a party that's saying, we have hope, like this is what we can be. Like I said, it's a very, very American message. And we needed it to get out there because it's very, very easy to get bogged down in the negativity. I mean, look, we just had our previous president shot at. It was an assassination attempt. And days later, everyone's feeling positive and hopeful about the country. That is really remarkable.
It's perspective.
He almost blew his head off on live TV.
Yeah.
And everyone's still jarred by it. They're still going to process and unpack what happened on Saturday. No words can describe it. And no words can describe what's happening now. Something we should point out about Tucker's speech is that was the most hopeful I've ever seen him. I mean, at least in recent memory, right? Tucker Carlson was optimistic. He even referenced this himself. Again, a message of hope and optimism. Why? Because people who actually represent you and don't hate you will be hopefully put in office. That's the message. And on the other side, you get Trump is literally Hitler over and over again.
I think that, too, to put that into perspective, I mean, Tucker was the one who told Donald Trump to his face, they're going to try to kill you, right? This was something that Tucker already thought that they were going to do. Yep. So the fact that Tucker himself can be so positive and optimistic after the thing that he just said was going to happen happened, I think really speaks volumes.
I look at this and it was such an interesting point because I want this to be played on a loop over and over again. He goes, we're going to pay attention to what the people actually want. I'm sorry, what? This is a political convention, you guys. We don't give the people what they actually want, but it does have a different feel about it right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, when Tucker, look, Tucker is, he's not only, as you were, pointing out, he's very charming, but he also is very genuine and he's very smart. He's just one of the smartest people that I know who is in media. Well, I don't know him like you do, but who is in media. And so I think that Tucker is picking up on what everyone else is picking up on. I mean, it is something in the air. It is something that, like Matt Marsden said earlier, it is something that you can just see representative on Donald Trump's face. There is a change that has taken place. And I can't remember a time where I was excited about politics.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time when, remember, Tucker gave a monologue, and it was all over the airwaves in January a few years back. And all the sort of National Review Republicans, many of my best friends, they were all very upset by what he was saying. And what he was saying was, you have to actually care about the people you represent. I still look back dumbfounded. I mean, this was a thing. I mean, he's right about the main point is you're just going to represent where people are actually at and deal with the issues they're actually dealing with. Not insane genocidal stuff like they're talking about in the media and Trump being literally Hitler, but like what you're dealing with day to day. And that's why I say the younger thing is important, because these are people who are not in their 80s who understand the landscape and the reality that people are actually living in.
We've heard from Tucker Carlson. We will also hear from Hulk Hogan, Dana White, and Donald Trump still coming up on tonight's show. But back to more of what Tucker is saying. We've heard this now over a couple different nights, the effects of drugs in America. And Tucker Carlson spoke very eloquently to that. And just basically, hey, they're losing more Americans from drugs than they are in World War II. You know, he said with Ukraine, it's the middle finger to the face of America. These are issues that are actually going to hit home with people that have been affected by this. If you have this, and many of us do, these are issues that are going to resonate with people.
Yeah, well, I mean, not only that, I mean, how many times have we been told by the Democrats that there is no inflation, everything's fantastic, the economy is great, it's never been so good for you. You guys are having and by the way, Joe Biden is the most amazing president in history. And people are absolutely sick to death of being gaslit. And what is happening here, I really do think it's a magical time. It's a magical time to be involved in it, because you're looking at someone, really, if you look at Trump, we shouldn't feel like we are close to him. We are akin to him. He's a billionaire businessman that builds skyscrapers for a living. But somehow, if you are a fireman, if you are a union worker, you feel like this man now really has your best interests at heart. I feel like that. I know everyone else does here. So it's amazing. And Tucker has a way of really crystallizing that. And I think he just did that with that speech, because again, we're looking at authenticity. So many people feel disenfranchised, that they don't have a say. It's a huge problem, right? That people feel like the politicians do not represent them, and all of a sudden there's this groundswell towards, oh, actually, we're going to care about you and do what we've been elected to do.
Yeah, I don't think that to your point, Jill, about the shift, I don't think that shift takes place, everything else considered as it is. I don't think that shift takes place without the Biden regime overplaying their hand, without the fact that they've let in, 12 million, if you believe that, I think it's a conservative number, illegals pouring through our southern border, without the Biden administration weaponizing every single government agency against half the country, without them doing what they have done. I don't know that we would have seen the power shift back to the people. They just overplayed their hand.
Yeah, and I think the authenticity is that word that Matt used, I think is very important here, because we've gotten away from actual policy debates. I mean, like with the border, right? It's sort of like there's millions of people coming across the border.
Right.
Have you seen this?
Right.
Oh no, everything's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine
killing
here.
our citizens, by the way.
It's all good. That's not happening, and it's fine. So there's this sort of unreality in the media that's developed over the last 8 years as they just, again, cranked up the political cultural machine to 11. They burned through all that capital for 8 years, and now it's coming back, and it's biting them in the you-know-what, because if you're just a normal person watching it, it's so disassociated from reality. And anyone who's somewhat authentic, right, who's just somewhat, at least appears to be trying to tell the truth about what's going on is going to be elevated in this environment, and that's what's happening now.
Let's go ahead, and I know we have some sound from Tucker where he was talking about the assassination that turned him into the leader of the nation.
I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference.
There is a difference. We can see it now, and we are only a few days away from the assassination attempt. And guys, let's dive into that a little bit more now, because we still don't know much about this 20-year-old kid who was kicked off of the shooting range club at his high school, and yet this is the kid that is going to go through and outsmart the Secret Service, right? We are being sold lies, and we know it. We can now see that we should have more information by this point in time.
Right. And who do you trust to give it to you? The FBI and the Department of Homeland Security, right? So we're going through this, not even trusting that it's going to be a credible investigation. I mean, look, I can't possibly believe that this was just sole incompetency. You would have to believe that there is so much sheer incompetency at every single level of the Secret Service agency that these people wouldn't know how to get up out of bed in the morning and put their socks on and tie their shoes. I mean, that is the level of incompetency that this is. So for me to be able to believe that this 20-year-old was spotted 3 hours prior, was spotted bringing in a rangefinder and they just turned him away, was spotted on the roof 20 minutes before he actually fired off the shots and somehow was able to stay up there is just beyond comprehension to me. Something stinks. And the sad fact of the matter is, I don't trust that we are ever going to find out the truth with this administration.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel the same way that Sara does, and for good reason. And I'll say, as editor-in-chief, I certainly have no evidence that there was something nefarious going on. But I understand why you're saying what you're saying, because right now, in my own head, it's how do we steelman or strengthen the argument that this was just a level of incompetence that's almost unfathomable. I mean, that's where we're at already. So if you talk to anyone in that field, they're all going to tell you whatever happened involved incompetence that was so unbelievable. It's hard to believe. Well, millions of Americans are going to feel the same way. So the biggest thing right now is for the Republican Party and all Americans to hold the government accountable in its investigation, because if it is not transparent to the max, this is going to make the JFK theories look like a walk in the park because of the context in which it occurred and how just mind-numbingly stupid it looks like, the way this unfolded is. So I think people should be cautious, but they absolutely should be able to have the right to ask these questions, and we need answers. And we do not trust the FBI. They have such a stellar track record over the last few years. And we do not trust the head of the Secret Service either. And so what needs to happen is a calling to account, a feet to the fire every day that goes by, because what we can't do is let this go. This can't be one of these things where, we'll never know and we just let it go. The American people deserve to know, and we must know the answer to these questions.
The head of the Secret Service, Kim Cheadle, was at the RNC earlier this week. We saw her walking around, and it's like, this isn't really the crowd.
Read the room, honey.
Yeah.
Read the room.
If you wanted to meet with Donald Trump, you should do that off the premises. Like you have ways of getting a hold of him. But Matthew, when you look at the way that this has been handled so far, again, the incompetency. Are we dumb, or are we stupid? Or are we incompetent? Like, what is going on right now with the Secret Service? And is this the best that we can do with the leaks that they were trying to put out with the Iranian plot to kill Donald Trump? And we had Eric Prince on Blaze News Tonight, and we said, okay, this is what it looks like when they said they had ramped up security. Okay, that makes it worse, you guys. So every step that they try and cover their tracks one way makes it worse when you hear another story come out the next day.
Well, they can't gaslight us on this because there are so many veterans in America that have massive amounts of combat experience that have done this, that have actually done this job in a combat environment, that you can throw a stick actually and hit someone that says, I could have done a better job than that. But here's the bigger question. If you were to go back, even under Donald Trump's presidency, would you trust the House to do anything about this? Because I wouldn't at all. So the question now is, who will, because I don't think they're going to do anything. I'm sorry, I still feel like it's the uniparty. I don't think the Congress is going to move. I don't think they're going to do anything. But we'll do something. The guy who got shot at. So you've got two options, right? It's either Trump gets in and this all gets exposed and he starts stripping it all away, because it's not, I know a lot of people say, oh, well, look what he didn't do last time. Listen, they tried to kill him. He is not going to be the same going in. He's not going to listen to the uniparty anymore. Or because look, a good leader, a really good leader hires the right people. We've seen that he had a bunch of deep state people in his last administration that worked actively against him. It's not going to happen this time. The only chance we have, Matt, is for him to get in and absolutely dismantle the apparatus.
Yeah, I mean, I think even prior, though, to him getting into office, I'm worried about security now. Yeah. I know the Trump family and Trump himself, They have great relationships with the Secret Service. Don Jr. was saying this the other day on another network that I won't mention here. And you see Trump, himself praising Secret Service agents. They know them. Their family knows them. But that can't blind anyone to the fact that this can never happen again. And it just happened on set. We're not even a week out from this happening. If they're going out to an event from here on out, I would want at least an elite second opinion, someone else to look over the plan at the least. I mean, if I was the Trump campaign, I would be looking to hire outside help at this point, because how could you trust? I mean, who are you going to talk to? The head of Secret Service? You're going to trust her? I mean, it's crazy to say that we're at this point, but I think it has to be said.
And let's talk about for a second how sad it is that we are having this conversation. Was it just DEI incompetency, or was it something more sinister, right? That's how far we've fallen with DEI, that we don't even know how bad it is. We do know that Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle made it one of her goals to hire more women, like what was it, 30%?
30%.
30% of the force to be women. I mean, I don't know, call me crazy, but I feel like your goal as Secret Service Director should just be to keep the people alive that you're designed to protect and hire whoever does the best job at that. And so it's just, it's a sad state of affairs. This is just one of many governmental agencies that we see, every single one of them, who are just suffering from all of these DEI hires. And it's just, it just goes to show you, I say this all the time, DEI kills. Thank God it didn't in this instance, but DEI does kill, and we are going to continue to see that until they course correct and stop hiring off of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and start hiring off of merit.
We can have this conversation, and then we could go back to how Tucker ended his speech. He believes that something bigger is going on here. People who don't believe in God are still noticing, and for the first time in a long time, he believes that it will be all right. The fact that we can be here on Thursday night after the events that transpired on Saturday night and still come out here with a message of hope is incredible.
I feel like something was just released throughout the culture. I mean, those moments of being on the precipice of probably the most destabilizing event in our lifetimes in American politics, which is what it would have been, and then realizing that everything was fine, and then realizing that it was an honest-to-God miracle that this man is alive, and it's the culmination of the entire system trying to take him down for 8 years. It's as if, again, there's almost like a victory aspect to tonight and the speech and everything that's happened, and you can sense it building, and you can sense people being drawn to it throughout the society.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of truth to what he said, as far as, even people who don't believe in God are actually questioning whether or not they do at this point. I think that there's a lot to be said for that. And I think that you can't look at that as anything other than divine intervention. To Matt's point, I'm sure you guys saw the recreations, the 3D imagery that they put out showing the bullet trajectory and Donald Trump's just slight turn of the head. You're talking about a glance. A glance is all that it was that was separated him from life and death. And so I think that there are a lot of people who are looking at that saying, I can't see this as anything other than this was a miracle, this was divine intervention, and all of these people who had never even considered that before watched it play out live on their television, and now they're questioning everything.
I've watched that video 100 times.
It's crazy.
I can't stop because it is that close.
Yeah.
When I look at the final words that he said, Tucker said there is a lot of love, and I don't think it's human love. God is among us. For Tucker to come out there, we've seen his journey of faith in front of our eyes, right? It has been something that has been in the public eye. What does it mean when somebody like a Tucker Carlson, who is revered in the conservative circles, comes out and preaches this?
I think it's a monumental shift that people are saying, I don't care what you think about what I believe anymore. I'm just going to live it. And I think that COVID had a lot to do with that. I think that people decided that they were not going to live under some kind of a cover anymore. I've always said it. This is the greatest country on the planet, and you should not be afraid of speaking what you believe to be true, talking about your faith. And Tucker is, see what this does, and a lot of people poo-hoo the media all the time. We've spoken about this a lot, about the culture. What Tucker standing up and saying that, it gives people permission, right? It says, you can do it too. It's okay, right? And you're seeing it more and more. more and more people are coming out, and they're, whereas before they might have said, well, I don't really want to talk about it, and, because people will mock me. Now they're going, no. I believe in God. I'm not going to hide anymore. This is America. This is what this whole country was built on. And like I said, the more people that come out and do it, the more people will come behind them, and there's going to be a groundswell.
This is, just to take it right back below the divine and then go back to the divine. Think about this. The first initial reaction of many people, including Elon Musk, upon seeing that was, I fully endorse this man. I'm done with all of you. I'm tired of playing games and hiding, and I'm going to give him $45 million a month. How do you like that? You shouldn't have trans my kid, he's out, right? And so the first reaction of people was, I can speak out. I can plant that flag. And then the deeper level is this looking at people watching this going, how did this even happen? He's either the most lucky man in the history of the country, right? Or something happened here that seems to be at least providential, right? And that spirit is what you see sort of mushroom clouding throughout the country over the course of the last week.
Yeah, I think that there's I'll use an analogy here. So your children, right? Like, you can criticize your children, but it's hard when someone else criticizes your children. You can't say that that's my kid. Only I can say that about my kid. And so obviously this is like a much more basic analogy, but shift that to what happened with Donald Trump for a moment, and it's like, you guys just tried to kill this guy. He's our guy. We're not going to let you do that. That's our guy. And whether or not you're necessarily a Republican or not, you do recognize the significance of him being a presidential candidate and someone trying to end his life. And I think it's a knee-jerk reaction to go, you can't do that, not on my watch.
Because they demonized him.
Yes.
Because they unpersoned Trump.
Yes.
This is the whole problem. If they backed themselves into this corner because they made Trump to be some kind of inhuman Hitler-like character, which is absolutely absurd and ridiculous. And they did that for 8 years with no shame. Some of the most reckless rhetoric in living memory in American history has been uttered every day on the airwaves for 8 years. And so all of a sudden, when you see this living human being in this act of unbelievable bravery and courage in the line of fire, literally, there's your literally Hitler, right? It just blows up the entire narrative. And it just destructed in front of millions of people live on TV.
Well, and I think that obviously there is a certain sector of the left that is just, they're gone, right? They're too far gone. They are going to always think that Trump is literally Hitler. But I think that there is also a large portion who they thought, he tweets mean things, but I didn't want him dead. I didn't want him killed, right? And so I think that was a wake-up call for even them, these people who they didn't like what Trump said, they didn't like what Trump did, they thought maybe he was bombastic, but they're like, oh, guys, we were going along with the rhetoric to a certain point, but we didn't realize you were serious about trying to kill him.
Right.
And by the way, if you cast your mind back to 2016, there were a lot of people that were saying, certainly Christians, that were saying, I couldn't possibly vote for that abhorrent man. I don't like the way he speaks. He's clearly not this. He's clearly not that. And a lot of us were like, sometimes God steps in and uses people that might not be perfect, right? And so what has happened with this is a lot of people now are looking and going, there's no way that couldn't be divine intervention. Right. And it's funny for me to watch my former countrymen in the UK trying to grapple with explaining what that 1/4 of an inch turn, which would have either blown out his temple, which would have killed him, right? It would have blown out the side of his head. Instead, it nicks his ear. And when you see people go, oh, it's luck, I'm like, all right, you think that's luck, right? I'm sorry. I think that is something other than luck. You can say, but how many millions of times, if you were to turn your head in different angles, just a fraction off, he would be dead. So it's kind of interesting, the juxtaposition, looking at the way Americans see things, which is through the prism of having religion and having faith, and how other countries don't. And again, don't underestimate, because this country influences the world. I know we have to get it right here, but in the same way that it influences the world in a negative way, it really does influence the world in a massively positive way. Yeah. And I think we're on the cusp of something very, very special.
We're on the verge of waiting for Hulk Hogan. Hopefully we can get these thoughts out before Hulk Hogan takes the stage. But to your point of 2016 Trump, and there's a lot of things that I don't like about him. I've been in that mindset myself, right? Like, oh, there are things that I wish that Donald Trump would do or not do, right? There are so many little things that we could nitpick. Mm-hmm. At this point in time, though, if you're not on board, because I view this, we've talked about it on Blaze News tonight, right? The abortion stuff that's not in the platform this year, it's different, right? We don't have the national ban for abortion in the platform. There are so many different things. Again, do I want that? Absolutely. Do I think, though, that now that I look at the big picture, we're saying it's selfish of me to say this way. I want the dominoes to fall in the order that I choose them to fall. Donald Trump is giving us 70% of the deck right now. But you know what? I want those last three. Can we do those last three first? Maybe we're not there right now. We need to get solid ground below us. We don't have that right now with Joe Biden. We don't have anything resembling normalcy right now with Joe Biden. So can we at least level it off? And now I believe Trump is actually going to go after the deep state. I didn't know about it before. I thought it was going to be a personal vendetta. He would go after everybody that went after him. Now I believe he is actually going to go through and systematically dismantle it. And isn't that better than where we are right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's not even a conversation, right? It doesn't even show up on my radar as a conversation because it's so inherently obvious that Donald Trump would be above and beyond, light years better than what we have with Joe Biden on every single issue imaginable, including the ones that we criticize him on, right? Including the fact that he created Operation Warp Speed, which was an abysmal failure, including the fact that, as Jill, you point out, that he is not as strong on abortion as many conservatives would like. But the fact of the matter is, he gave us the Supreme Court that overturned Roe versus Wade. Millions of babies will now be born that were not going to be born because of Donald Trump. And so you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You have to be willing to say every single issue, the border, he will work on. Do I think that it will be solved in 4 years? No, absolutely not. But I think we can make major headway in the 4 years that Donald Trump is back in office. All of these, the issues, the deep state, Jill, you mentioned, did he clean house the first time? No. Is he going to now? Hell yeah. And so all of these issues that we're looking at, that we're facing, inflation, all of these issues, all of these places that we're at right now that we were not at with Donald Trump at the helm of things before Joe Biden came into office. I mean, you cannot make any sort of cohesive argument to me that there is anything that Donald Trump could not make infinitely better very quickly.
I think he's always been this way too. I mean, he's the wrecking ball, right? I mean, people complain about this policy and that policy, the platform and this, and I'm sitting there thinking, I hated the Republican Party before. I already thought it was done. It was over before Trump. Mitt Romney and a bunch of people like him, and it's just a uniparty anyway. They never get anything done. The whole thing was a joke to me, I have to say. And then when I finally realized why people were going for him, is because he's the wrecking ball to say, you know what? We're done with you. Republican Party, we're actually done with you. You can go home now because you haven't achieved. And, votes are for closers now. And we're going to try someone else. And so now you're in a situation where you have things falling apart. You have the border. You have, millions of people streaming across the country. You throw in pro-lifers in jail. I mean, now it's even more intense. Where it just seems obvious. And who would you want for that job? Well, the one virtue they'd have to have, they could do all kinds of bad things, right? But the one virtue they'd have to have is something called courage, which was just demonstrated in the way that few people have ever demonstrated to the world.
Mitt Romney, John McCain, the Maverick. The media loved John McCain, you guys. They were selling us. John McCain is going to be the greatest candidate that you've ever had. And then he became the Republican nominee.
John McCain.
And then they flipped, as we knew they would, but we fall for it every single time. We're like, the media likes us, you guys. We've finally done it. Well, guess what? Then you get Donald Trump, and he comes out, and he yells fake news in everybody's faces, and we get actual change with Donald Trump.
Well, he actually says what a lot of us are thinking, but don't say it. I mean, we've known this about the media forever. When he goes after people, he might not do it in the way that you like, but he does it and he's effective. And sometimes, you want that guy. It's like that scene in A Few Good Men, right? Like a lot of people are like, oh, Jack Nicholson's character was bad, but I kind of really like him, right? Because he's doing what he's protecting us, right? And you do need the warriors to do that. And I always said when Trump came in, I'm like, listen, I get he's a Democrat and all this. I said, but here's the thing. Once you push Donald Trump, he's going to push back at you. So if they turn around and say, if the Democrats turn around and say, he's going to be he's going to be a terrible, I'm pro-life, he's going to be like, really? Hold my beer. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to be the most pro-life president ever. And he keeps doing that because that's the way he's, but I genuinely think, and anyone that was watching that speech yesterday and saw his reaction, I have never, ever seen his face like that. Like that was utterly, utterly different. And this makes tonight is so exciting. I think that this is going to have record numbers. Like it's going to record numbers of people all over the world are going to be watching this speech because they don't know. We don't know what's coming out. We don't know, is he going to be emotional? I mean, he's just had someone try and kill him. Maybe he is. I don't know. But I think I am so optimistic for this country. I'm so optimistic what Trump is doing because I grew up loving this country and then I saw it just go and just since Obama, and let's face it, Obama was the architect of this, like things changed right with Obama and it's been going steadily down. And for the first time in recent history, we have something to be really optimistic about. Like, and I really do, like I said, I think he's going to take on maybe I'm just very happy right now, but I think he is going to take on the deep state. I think he is going to dismantle, and I think he's going to do as many of the things that we hope he will do. I really do. I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, the grounds, again, you can just feel the swelling up, and this is the culmination. Tonight is the culmination of everything that has come before in all 8 years of Trump taking office and being attacked by everyone and now surviving a near-death, surviving an assassination attempt. This is the culmination of the convention. This is the night. This is the biggest night for him. I mean, let's talk about how dangerous he is, though, and why he drew this reaction, right, from the other side. The reason is because he's unpredictable. The reason is because, unlike Joe Biden, who right now is having the people who put him in the office say, oh, it's actually time's up, you have to go, who's always been beholden. Trump really isn't beholden. So you may not like what he does, right? He sometimes doesn't have some game plan that you think is perfect. But you know that they know they can't control him and he is unpredictable. And that is the biggest fear of every bureaucrat in Washington, D.C. D.C. operates on predictability. That is how the administrative state works. So he terrified people when they realized he might rethink policy for real, right? That was terrifying. And that's his superpower. And that's why the opposition, and now, yet again, we're wondering, what is he going to say? Because he is unpredictable after almost dying Saturday.
And by the way, let's not forget, that is why, Little Rocket Man.
Yeah.
Putin, I mean, let's just step back to that. I mean, I missed that, right? I missed those times.
I missed the tweets.
Happier
But you know
times.
what? You know what he did? You have to have the credible threat of violence in dealing with these rogue states. And, they were genuinely sitting there going, he might bomb the hell out of us. Like, he might do it. And that's his negotiation technique. So it's about time we had that rather than, hey, listen, we're going to bomb you in 5 hours, make sure you get everyone out. Trump's like, I'm going to go over, I'm going to get the job done. And we need that for our national security as well.
And it wasn't just, forget about, foreign affairs and the bad guys. It was with the good guys too. And within the Secretary of State's office, I mean, just when he just asked the question, why are we paying all this money for NATO still? World War II was a long time ago. You guys are doing okay. Shouldn't we rethink NATO? Like, what's it for now? And the reaction was, whenever you do that, then in the press, they were saying he is actually a psycho. Like, he has a mental illness. Mm-hmm. He must be crazy because he asked this obvious question. That's what I'm talking about. And that's why people are going to be very desperate in Washington, D.C. Right now they're scrambling, the whole party's cratering, but they're going to get a game plan. They're going to come back and attack because they are desperate and they do not want to see him back in the White House.
And Sarah, when you look at Donald Trump, no new wars. when he was in office, and Joe Biden takes over. And what's the one thing that Putin really doesn't want to have happen? Ukraine can't join NATO. As long as that doesn't happen, we're going to be okay for a while. The deep state cannot let this just go on and say, oh, no, we need our money. We need to line the coffers of all of our friends. We need to make sure that we are getting what we want out of this. And Donald Trump doesn't allow them to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's one of the reasons that they hate him so much. But, for all the talk that they said Donald Trump was a Putin puppet, right? I don't know. I would think that if Donald Trump was the Putin puppet, Putin probably would have thought to invade Ukraine with Donald Trump in charge of things. Instead, he waited until we had Joe Biden, which is, I would argue, the weakest president in United States history. And he waited until we had a weak president in order to strike. So the reality of things really sets in. Obviously, the deep state does not want him in charge of things. They will do whatever they can to prevent that from happening. And now, look, I don't want to speculate on last election, but I will just say we all know it was the safest and most secure of all time.
Of
Joe
course.
Biden did get 81 million votes, and don't question otherwise. And so we never know the lengths to which they will go in order to secure, their money laundering scheme in that. And I want to go back to something that Matt said about so many people tuning in tonight. I think that this is such a great opportunity because I agree. I mean, obviously, the entire world is going to be watching, right? And that includes people who have been sold complete lies about Donald Trump for a very long time. We see him here walking out with his fist in the air. And so these people are going to be getting to watch him for the very first time, possibly, speak for himself. They're not listening to mainstream media. They're listening to that man right there. And I think that it's going to be personal, and it may touch more people than he thinks.
Matthew Marsden, when you see Donald Trump and the actor that you are and the way that he is just going out and owning the crowd, right? Every time that he has entered this arena, it's a different feeling about Donald Trump, I feel like.
Well, I've said this before about him, and I've actually said it about other politicians, is that Donald Trump is a star. If Donald Trump did anything in his life, he would be a star. Now what's happened is he's moved to a different level. I mean, look, everyone here is smiling. Everyone's smiling at seeing him there because it's an amazing thing. That is the heart and soul. I always say this about America. America is still the place where you can get eaten by a wild animal, right? There's not a lot of places in the world that you can do that. And so it has that frontiersman spirit. It has that can-do attitude. It has that, you're not going to defeat me. And you're looking at that right there. That guy is you will not defeat me. You will not break me. This guy has been put through the ringer. I mean, I've seen him go to court every day under that gag order, sit there, not being able, and he comes out and he still talks anyway, which is amazing. I love it. It's the embodiment of America. And I think that he's going to be transcendent now. This is going to be something else. And by the way, I'm not just saying this as someone just talking like the left does, like they really, deify their politicians. And I mean, look, there's the man right there. But it's an amazing moment in history to be experiencing this. It really is. It's really something special.
Matthew and Sara, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We are going to go ahead and step aside because we're going to take you back to the convention for everyone's brother, Hulk Hogan.
Never drinking again, brother.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought The vibe was so intense. The energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was gonna press that no good, stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother. You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the President of the United States, all the real Americans are gonna be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are gonna be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is gonna get back on track, and like Donald J. Trump said, America is gonna be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next President of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trump-A-MANIA run wild, brother. Let Trump-A-MANIA rule again. Let Trump-A-MANIA make America great again. You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next President of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's gonna win in November, and we're all going to be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trump-A-maniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
There you go. Donald Trump blowing him a kiss. I didn't really think that we would see this, but I am fired up right now after Hulk Hogan at the RNC. And joining us now to get us equally as fired up is Stu Burguiere, host of Stu Does America here on BlazeTV. So Stu, not to put any pressure on you, but you're going to have to live up to Hulk Hogan.
I will be taking off my shirt, just so you're aware. I don't know if you're comfortable with that, but that will be happening in the next few moments.
Excellent.
I had that in writing that wouldn't happen, but you know, here we are. Here we are. I enjoyed that thoroughly. One, he dropped my name, Savages, so you have that. But he also dropped Trump-ites. He said they're going to be running wild for the next 4 years. Trump-ites, is that going to stick?
I don't know. I don't know if that's a term. I mean, we had Trumpists, Trumpian, Trump-ites. Look, we got to come up with a term for it. That's okay.
I don't know how long that one will last, to be honest with you. But, the enthusiasm was amazing.
It absolutely was amazing. We look at what is going on, and again, let's recap the entire night for you. We're going to be with you live for the entire night here at the RNC. We've already heard from Tucker Carlson and Hulk Hogan. We are also going to be hearing from Dana White coming up. He's going to be the one introducing Donald Trump. He has said earlier this week that he has known Donald Trump for 25 years. And then we get to the man of the hour in Donald J. Trump. We have been waiting to see what he is going to present to the American people tonight. We know, at least now, that it is not the speech that he had originally planned from earlier. He has ripped that speech up. So we are going to get something completely different and something of unity. So when we look back, I think we have your mics now working. So welcome back in. I think that when you look at, let's go with Donald Trump. What do you expect to see from him tonight?
I think Donald Trump is in a different position than he's been in any of his runs for president. I think he is in a situation where he is currently of the mindset that I don't need to win a 51-49 election. This could be the situation where I have, let's say, an Obama-McCain type margin. That is a totally different world, right? Like, that is a world where you can pick the vice president that you really want and not one to try to please, a contingency, which I think he did with J.D. Vance this time. Pick the guy he wanted. Pick the guy for a legacy that might extend past where he is right now. And, look, this is a different world. We haven't seen this possibility for Donald Trump. Now, there is a concern that you could get to a place where you're overly confident, and that I keep talking to people, and they're so confident that that Trump is going to win, and it certainly feels that way right now. And then I think about we almost had a former president and maybe the next president assassinated on stage in front of our eyes 5 days ago, and I feel like we've had 12 news cycles since then. There's 3.5 months till this election. I have no idea what's going to happen. I really do feel like there's more up in the air than ever, but this is the opportunity of a lifetime for Donald Trump. He can set the party in a different direction and the country in a different direction. And, at this point, because of that, to get to your initial question, I think his speech is going to reflect that. I think he's going to see an opportunity not just to play to his base and try to squeak out a few swing states, instead an opportunity to open this up to more independents, maybe some Democrats, and win this thing more handily.
Stu, I couldn't agree more about complacency and sort of saying, we're going to win. On the other hand, of course, the emotion is real, and you do think what just happened, right, is miraculous, and everyone saw it, and you can feel the energy. You can feel it in that room tonight, even though we're not there. You get it from the text messages and friends, and it's almost just assumed, well, he's going to win now. And I feel the same way. I mean, I think this could be a realigning election at this point. However, as you point out, there's a long way to go. The news cycle moves very fast, and you have very dangerous and wealthy and powerful opponents who are scrambling and are going to rearrange the deck because they don't want to lose and they're not going to stop fighting themselves. So, I think that's well said. What do you think, though, tonight? I've been wrestling with this in my mind all day. If you are Trump and you want to make this speech, the implication is that he's going to make a much bigger speech, right? Because this is now bigger than this election, about America, sort of defining speech about America, something that's much more less. It's not going to mention Joe Biden's name. We heard earlier from Chris Bedford. That's one thing that's leaked. It's not going to mention Biden at all. What speech would you write?
Well, I mean, you can't mention Biden because he might not be your opponent,
yeah.
right?
Well, that's actually
might be tomorrow.
A clerical error. Yeah. Actually, cross his name out here.
I think he should just say Biden and Harris, and just say that every time he wants to mention the candidates, so they can just edit in the one that actually is going to be his opponent. No, I think it's true. It's one of those situations where, he is looking at this as a real opportunity, and I think it's a lot about positive vision, right? Mm-hmm. I think what it gets lost with Donald Trump a lot, because the way he, this has been his persona since we've known him. If you go back, I remember his version of celebrity started in the public eye with Art of the Deal, right? Mm. And I remember as a complete nerd as a child reading that at 11 or 12 years old.
Wow.
Not cool,
wow.
Jill. This is an admission, not a brag.
I think it's kind of cool.
Well, it's not. Did not help me with the ladies. The 12-year-old ladies not into Donald Trump at that time.
The deal?
Yeah. But it was about being a cold-hearted businessman, right? That's what that book is about. It's about, look, you push every button you can to get the best deal possible. If you think you have a good one, you act like you don't have a good one. You push. It was cold, right? The Apprentice was cold, right? That was, hey, you're fired. I don't care who you are. I don't care about your opinion. This is merit only. You're fired. This is when you have a situation which is literally impossible, and when you'd get thrown out of a Hollywood pitch meeting if you suggested, hey, I'm going to make a movie about a guy who gets shot at and it hits his ear. That just happened in real life. And he is in a situation where he can, I think, relate to people and pull in people and connect with a totally different part of himself. And if he's able to do that in the speech tonight, it could be game-changing for him. The other side, we've been hearing this pitch, and you guys have both heard it. Joe Biden's had 3.5 amazing years, but this unfortunately, he's getting a little too old and might need to step down.
Now?
Yeah,
now it
now's
is.
the time.
This is very interesting. Just now we're realizing this.
Now. And it's like, in reality, before that debate, the man had a 36% approval rating. He had a real chance. You have a real chance here to just say, hey, I've got the positive vision. This has sucked for the last 3.5 years. Let's change this.
All right, let's go ahead and get to Eric Trump. He has now taken the stage. It's going to be a big night for the Trumps, and Eric will take it away from here.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He had decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump. Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling, jobs were scarce, our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten, our military was in shambles, our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witnessed the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty. But he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again. But he also created a movement that threatened the special interests in the political elites. A movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats funded by special interest groups and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything. To destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you, guys. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many of whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives. Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring, interest rates are crippling, everything is unaffordable. The US dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system. And we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it. To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing, I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them. To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again. And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way. To all Americans watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first. Our children will understand family, our children will have values, and our children will love God. Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump. Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you, a journey to save the greatest country on earth, a journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived. You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
That was Eric Trump, and we've seen the amount of lies and actual disinformation that the mainstream media spread. So when the assassination attempt on Trump occurred, it took them far too long to reveal the truth about what is happening. And this is why Blaze Media exists. And we will always stay committed to bringing you the truth, no matter how much they try to silence us. Please become a member and subscribe to Blaze TV and help support the work by visiting blazenewstonight.com and using the promo code TRUMP to get $30 off of your subscription. And still to come tonight, we are still going to have Dana White speaking at the RNC, and he will be, according to them, introducing Donald Trump. So it's going to be a huge night here. We will have all of this live for you right here on Blaze TV. And then immediately following Donald Trump tonight, we will have immediate reaction from Glenn Beck, Steve Deace, Chris Bedford. Everybody will be on live. And you guys, when I look at Eric Trump, it feels like he gave us the nuts and bolts of the campaign, right? We had some of the emotional stuff the night before with Don Jr. and his daughter Kai coming on stage. And it feels like Eric Trump was really the person who was saying, these are the inflation things, this is illegal immigration, and the real meat of the campaign.
Yeah, I agree. What I noticed about this speech was it's very simple. It was very specific. It occurred to me, almost this entire convention is not just about the Republican Party and the base. There's enough people watching right now. There's so much excitement. This is really going right out there to people who are undecided, to independents, and people who haven't voted before in their entire lives. And I think it just blew my mind listening to some of the speeches. Like, that's what they're doing. They're going right for regular people who perhaps haven't even voted before.
Mm. I will also note that it was nice that Glenn's going to show up to work today for your show. He didn't show up to his own show today, so I'm glad to hear that he's going to show up for yours.
It was only 3 hours this morning, Stu. It's fine. It's a quick little thing.
It's good.
He had you there?
Yeah, I know. There you go. I thought that was good. I mean, you're right. He laid out the kind of the nuts and bolts of the campaign. I thought, the most powerful part, though, when he was talking about his dad. I mean, imagine... Yeah. I mean, we've totally lost this. It's been 5 days since this happened, and I feel like society has totally dropped the fact that this guy was almost murdered on national television just 5 days ago, and his kids were watching it happen, blood streaming down his face. When I heard about this, I got a text from someone that said something like, there were shots fired at the Trump rally. And as I was walking over to the TV to check out what was going on, I was like, good God, I hope Trump wasn't hit. And the picture comes up and there's blood on his face. In that moment, you don't know it just hit his ear. I mean, I thought he very well may have been dead. This would have been something that not only changed the country, but when you think about Eric Trump, you think about Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka, Tiffany, and the whole family, like, this is their father. And I thought he really hit that note well, kind of expressing the fact that I think because Donald Trump kind of turned into just a celebrity to so many people, right? Just a politician to so many people. We forget that he is an actual person. All these attacks he's absorbed rhetorically over the years were something that was kind of lost in the news cycle. When you see something like this, you remember this guy is a father, a grandfather. And, the fact that he's on stage, and moments after he was shot, was able to kind of turn this into an event that was really about the country and not about himself is really fascinating. And I think legitimately one of the most amazing things that's ever happened in American politics.
Yeah, that's so well said. And what's interesting is they made him an abstract symbol, as you say. I mean, he's literally Hitler, right? He is a demon. He's bad. He's not a person. He is just going to destroy democracy. He is Godzilla in Washington, D.C., tearing everything up. He's the worst. So they made him a negative symbol. They made him the enemy, the Antichrist, literally Hitler. And what just happened was you saw the visceral, physical, right, bodily reality of this man, and you're reminded of it when you see his actual family with what he went through physically this time, not in courts, right, but with actually being shot, blood dripping from his ear and his head. And it all of a sudden humanized him. And in many ways, it's just disgusting that we even have to do this, right? But we do because they dehumanized him for 8 years. And so if you're a living, breathing, thinking person, you saw not only him, but you saw his reaction in a scene that probably every narcissistic politician has dreamt of in fantasy, and it was real.
And there you see
Donald
Melania Trump coming out. And you guys, when I look at the overarching theme of this convention, it feels like outreach to me. And it hasn't made some conservatives exactly happy for every person that they have put on that stage. But when you listen to Eric Trump, he specifically names the homeless veterans. He talks about single parents. He talks about families that have lost loved ones to drug overdoses. And my father will go out and get good teachers. And he mentions law enforcement. They're trying to make sure that everybody is feeling included right now. I can't help but think that is because of what happened on Saturday night.
Changes the tone of things, doesn't it? I think Trump is really good at getting out on stage and kind of like throwing out insults and making fun of people. And, people love that. But I would imagine, as a person who's never actually been shot, that something like that has a way of changing you. And, I think it really can change the entire campaign in the whole country.
One of my favorite moments after and not that it's great, but after the Trump assassination attempt was 50 Cent when they put he was trending on Twitter along with Donald Trump. And they said, what? You're telling me the guy gets shot and my name starts trending again? And then he put Donald Trump up, it was his face on 50's body. On stage. So there is a moment now where it is becoming a little bit cool to be like, we are the counterculture. And I never thought we'd get here, Stu.
I will say, you're way too comfortable saying 50 Cent. Like, there was a 90s Jill Savage. There was an era there. I can tell there was an era.
If you want to know how old I am, it's the 50 Cent era. That's it.
I can tell. You were wrong. I could definitely see it.
Yeah.
No, it's true. I mean, I think Trump's always had that. For his entire career, he was cool in that way,
until he came out as a Republican.
Until he came out as a Republican, and he's
then,
never had that until it seems very recently. He's gained that back over the past few years, where all of a sudden he's being kind of embraced, and I think it's smart to embrace it and try to expand the tent, right? You want to win these elections by more. You want to expand the House. You want to expand the Senate so you can pass the things that you care about. That doesn't mean you abandon your principles. We got to make sure that we don't water down all the policies so they don't mean anything. But when it's coming to just reaching out, why not?
Let's go ahead and take a look at what they have going on here on the RNC.
6 years.
Donald, you performed a great public service.
There was no denying that Donald Trump was the toast of the town, but he was also something even more important, a patriotic American. And like many others, he was becoming increasingly troubled by the direction of our country.
Because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings and we're not.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined, I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
But who would ever run for president and leave such a glamorous life? Appearances in movies, best-selling books, a widely popular TV show. But for Donald J. Trump, the calling to save his country was even stronger. The mission, more important. The number of Americans being left behind, too large. And so, in Donald Trump fashion, he announced he was running for president, in it to win. And he did.
From his first day in office, the Washington politicians learned something about President Trump. He's not afraid to fight for what he believes in. They call that having the courage of your convictions. First up, the Trump tax cuts, largest in America's history, and it led to higher take-home pay for working families. Unfortunately, today, taxes are up and incomes down. The politicians just never learn. Next for President Trump, secure our border. Check. Miles and miles of wall built. ISIS and other terrorists deterred. But now, we have the Barney Fife of border security, leading to 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl coming in. Brutal migrant crime spreading across America. And ISIS, now here. President Trump promised he'd keep America out of endless wars. Welcome words to the families of our young men and women who serve. And another promise kept. He started by strengthening our military, then traveled the world, meeting with our allies, and even with our main adversaries, just so they understood that America's strength and resolve was back. Because that's what a strong commander-in-chief does. And it led to a stable world at peace and our troops safe. Today, a different story. Our enemies smelled weakness, then set the world on fire. Putin saw it, then invaded Ukraine. Hamas saw it, then started a war in the Middle East. There's one more thing we've learned about President Trump. He believes so strongly in America, so optimistic for our possibilities, and so committed to fighting to once again make our country great, that there is nothing that is going to stop him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kid Rock.
What up, America? If you're ready for President Trump to take the stage, I need everybody to stand up. I need everybody to put a fist up in the air. Everybody, get a fist up in the air. Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Cause that somebody scream. without a cause. I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of stroll, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift of gab from the city of truth. You know I jab, stab, and not critics back. And I did not start up when I said that. I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. Still they ill and wanna see us fry. I guess because only God knows why. Oh, they call me cowboy, I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Now say Trump, Trump. I like AC/DC and ZZ Top. Won't see this beasties and the kings of rock. Skinner, Cedar, Lip, Corn, Stones. The David Attico and the No-Show Jones. Yeah, pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit, the soul from Motown. The underground, straight Detroit pimp. With tracks to Mac and slap back to back. Never gain no pay, I don't play with ass. Well, watch me rock with Liberace Flash. Punk rock the Clash, boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash. Flash, flash. Oh, they call me cowboy. I'm a singer of black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you're at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, Trump. American badass, watch me kick. You can roll and rock, or you can. I'm the ultimate. I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm on rock and roll, like a rock this place. All super fly, living double wide. Psychon fly, the big Dr. Ride. They'll sack to share, bringing flash to flare. Like a long hair, swinging middle finger in the air. Snakeskin boots, 65 Chevelle. See me ride and sit and hit a rebel, yeah. I won't live to tell. So if you do, rock for freedom and rock for truth. Who knew I'd blow like Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, Arizona. Smell the aroma and check my hits. I know it stinks in here, cause Trump's the They call me cowboy, I'm a singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say Trump, Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. I need to hear you louder than that. One more time. I'm a cowboy, badass and black. You say Trump, Trump, Trump. From side to side, from front to back. Come on, Trump, Trump, Trump. I put Detroit City back on the map. We singing Trump, Trump, Trump. Kid Rock's in the house. This is where I'm at. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth, President Donald J. Trump. But first, another American badass, my brother, Dana White. God bless America.
I didn't see that coming, you guys. I didn't see us going from the Donald Trump intro video to a mini Kid Rock concert, but we had it. And I am, you know what? I'm going with it, you guys. I think it's going to bring the vibes.
He's putting on a party. I mean,
it is.
You know, they're having a party. They're playing music. They're rocking out.
That was solid. I mean, why not? It's a good vibe, especially before Trump. You got Hulk Hogan, Dana White, Kid Rock. I mean, it's like a good. You got a vibe there. That's the thing.
Clearly, I would have chosen Fitty.
You would have gone Fitty
over Kid Rock.
That is true.
We know this now.
But this is what we have. So looking ahead, we know that we are going to have Dana White, the UFC CEO, coming out, and the main man that everybody is waiting for, Donald Trump. So here is Dana White now to take the stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know, a man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth, because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life, he has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, "Government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives." And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful soul. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people, at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comperatore. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded. Two other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters, and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine, just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called, he's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down, you just can't do it, you have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane, he got here a little while ago, now he's gonna get on the plane in a little while and he's gonna go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies. 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. They may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it so. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation. To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden, I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it, and we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate. We have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration. Groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics, I guess. I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much, we're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day 1. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump because we're going to bring back car manufacturing and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years, I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many, hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular, in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, Sarah, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody. It's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd of Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, you know, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back. And I called up and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest, it was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? but you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented, so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements. Demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down, because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela. Really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. He's a tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster. Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly. And they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me, why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an iron dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done, and some of the things that we're going to do. But AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word, devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. It's going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
That was Donald Trump. And, you know, we have such great respect for what he has done there tonight. And we've seen all of the lies and the actual disinformation that the mainstream media has spread. So when the assassination attempt of Trump occurred, it took them far too long to reveal the truth about what was happening. And this is why Blaze Media exists and why we will always stay committed to you to bring you the truth, no matter how much they try and silence us. So please become a subscriber of Blaze TV and help support our work by visiting blazenewstonight.com and use the code TRUMP to get $30 off of your subscription. And I want to welcome back in the panel here that we have Matthew Peterson. It's been a long night. Matthew Peterson, editor-in-chief of Blaze Media, and Stu Burguiere, host of Stu Does America. And gentlemen, I think that we all looked at this speech, and you could hear a pin drop in the arena while it was going on, while Trump was talking, and you could feel it even just watching this through the television.
I mean, the first 20 minutes of that speech was a gear I had no idea Donald Trump had. I mean, that was incredible. I've never heard him talk like that. I've never heard him sound like that. It was legitimately riveting. Not riveting to the point of a political speech, but just riveting. Like a riveting moment of human life, really going through that with him. That was fascinating to watch. I mean, the rest of the speech was good. I mean, a lot of people were pointing out it was on the long side. Mm-hmm. However, when you take a bullet on stage, you get to do the longest speech you ever wanted to do, as long as you damn well please. This is a rule that has been established. You can't criticize it.
Those are the rules.
Those are the rules. I didn't make the rules. The rules are you take a bullet on stage, you get to talk as long as you want. And, he did go on for a while, hit a lot of really good points, obviously. It was similar to, I would say, his stump speech that, a lot of people aren't familiar with. So he did hit a lot of policies. It was very detailed, but it was really that first 20 minutes that I think people are really going to remember.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you said is so true. Have we ever seen that before? I mean, I don't think we've ever heard Trump as vulnerable, as emotional, and the entire tone was different. And as you said, you could hear a pin drop. So I think that was, again, the humanization of Donald Trump, happening in real time in front of everybody. And the rest of it was Trump was at a rally and he was just going to go on with life and give the rally. So you had this moment where he sort of opens himself up and then he goes right into it. We're going to have a rally just like I always do, and we're going to move forward. Amazing.
And stay with us tonight because we are going to have Glenn Beck here on the program. We're going to have Steve Deace come up with us. And Chris Bedford is actually right there in the auditorium in Milwaukee right now. So we are going to have all of that coming your way here on this show to wrap up what has been a great RNC convention, you guys.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the speech. I mean, I feel like there's something he started here that's not even finished within him. And you could see it. You could see it there tonight.
You have to wonder if you're sitting there, your first speech, the second you come out there, the last time you were on stage, a bullet went through your ear. You wonder, even though it's the safest building probably in America, are you looking around? Are you looking at the rafters? There had to be moments when he looks over at that chart again, that same moment he's doing again. That must have been incredible for him to go through. But he made it through it, and I will say he showed a lot more stamina than his opponent is capable of. That is for certain.
Yeah, he definitely lasted a long time there on that stage tonight. He was just going to go through and say, you know what, it's not going to be anybody's bedtime. You're going to sit here and talk to me as long as we want. So, who is showing a lot of stamina is Glenn Beck, the host of the Glenn Beck Program and co-founder of Blaze Media. He is joining us now back from the ranch. And Glenn, I want to talk to you about Trump's demeanor tonight. What were your overall impressions of Donald Trump tonight?
So my overall impression, a couple of things, because that speech, when did it start? Last week? Speech went on for a long time and made a lot of notes on it, so I'm going to cover all that tomorrow. But there's two things that I want to hit. First, I've never seen Donald Trump like that. I agree with Matt and Stu on this. I've never seen him like that. There was a gear that I've never seen him slip into before, and that was the first 20 minutes of the speech. It was odd, not Donald Trump at all, but it was refreshing and it was good. He made a lot of great points in the speech and had a lot of very funny lines in it. But I'm gonna go someplace that I'd love to hear your comments on, Stu. I'll be going to bed soon, but I'll be listening to your special on YouTube. I think that. It was significant that Donald Trump refused to say the name Joe Biden. He said it one time, and then he made two references to not saying his name. Why did he do that? I believe that's because Donald Trump knows that Joe Biden is not going to be the guy he's running against. And he made a point of saying those guys, those people who we're fighting against, not Joe Biden. Very, very smart of him. Now, I'm just reading tea leaves here, so I don't know if this is accurate at all. But I think Joe Biden is done, and that was the biggest signal that the campaigns, they all know it's not going to be Joe Biden.
Stu?
I want to know if you're just wishing this into existence so you can win the bet against me. That's what
I
think is going on right now.
Well, I will tell you, I did think of that today, Stu. I did think, nobody's really going to walk away with this thing. And it was the 50th ballot at the first Republican convention that brought in the unexpected Abraham Lincoln. And if they do go if Joe Biden does leave, they're going to go into ballots. And, all somebody has to do is just suggest that it's Michelle Biden and nominate her, Michelle Obama. And then if, gosh darn it, that's who the people want. I'm just saying, Stu, you may owe me a lot of money.
If you win this bet, it's going to be the most frustrating thing of my entire life. I will tell you that. And I think watching. I think you're right. I think that's probably the reason why he didn't do it. Right. I mean, I think maybe also he wanted it to be bigger. You talk about this all the time, Glenn. When you talk about great presidential speeches, they're not. intricate policy documents, right? Read out loud. They are big visions of what the future can look like. And, while he did get into some of the policy stuff, certainly the beginning and the end of the speech had that tone to it. And it wasn't about one opponent, right? It was about a vision of America that is vastly different.
Yeah. He's not usually that disciplined, though. He's, one of the first things you learn in my business is don't shoot down. Why shoot down? Don't shoot down. Always shoot up. Well, he is so far above Joe Biden right now, but he's not that disciplined. The one thing that I think has changed in Donald Trump, besides humility, he just looks different. He walks different. He's different. This bullet has changed him. But he is more disciplined in almost everything he did. I mean, towards the end of the speech, we were all watching the speech as he's giving it. And we're like, oh, there he goes. He's off script again. So that hasn't changed, but he's playing this whole week has been played so well. I think tonight actually was the weakest of the nights if you're a political person. I think the week and the way they planned it was just brilliant. Tonight, it was the showman part of it. I mean, that's Kid Rock and, all the celebrities that were on stage and everything else. I think he was just going for the low-hanging fruit of the people who are like, yeah, I guess I'm going to watch it because Kid Rock's going to be on. And trying to get some of the people who don't necessarily pay attention to all of it. I wish America would have paid attention to the full week because I believe this was the best RNC convention I've seen in my lifetime, and I've been watching them since Nixon.
Glenn, I want to bring in just some commentary that I saw while Trump was speaking. Van Jones actually made a great comment. He said the last time that he was at a convention that felt like this was back in 2008 with Obama. He said, quote, something's happening.
Yes. I think we're at the, I've been saying that this is going to be a photo finish. Who gets to the finish line first? It's either going to be the progressives and they'll destroy America, or we'll pull it out at the very end and it'll be a photo finish, but we'll win. I think this is what it feels like when your horse just starts to pull ahead in the race, and that's what's giving Donald Trump also additional calm. When he was talking about all of the things that he's endured, that they came after me on this, they came after me on this, and we're just going to shut that down. I thought of the way I think of God at times. God knows. He's in charge. So he's not surprised by anything. He's seen it all. And, Satan, you're dismissed. And that comes from in God, it comes because you're God. But in man, it comes from just this sense of, I feel the people, I feel the moment. Everybody has their moment where it just locks in, and it may be a short period of time, maybe a long period of time, but that's what happened to Reagan. He said the same thing from the 1960s, but then because of Carter and everything else that was going on, it just slipped in, and he was in the right place at the right time. 2016 may not have been Donald Trump's moment. This may be the moment where he really locks in and changes everything. I think this was a really inspiring week, especially if you've been feeling like, oh man, we're going to get beat. We're going to get beat. We still could get beat, but it feels different. Something has dramatically changed in the last week.
Glenn, I want to go back to that part about the discipline that Trump shows tonight. What's not in this speech, it's remarkable as you're speaking, I'm thinking what's not in this speech is justice is coming. I mean, this is a man who is belligerent, is someone who is deadly to his enemies and always pushes back. He just took a bullet, and he did not come in front of the American people and whip them up into a frenzy and say, justice is coming. I'm coming to D.C. and I'm marching in there and I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. I noticed greater love hath no man. I mean, this is what makes America great. He talked about love a few times, cherishing the memories of fallen heroes and devotion. What do you make of this?
I think that is the change in Donald Trump, and what I was just talking about. He is really good at reading the people of America, and I think that he just feels it. He felt it when he was laying down on the stage, I think, and that moment changed him when he stood up and he said, "Fight." That changed the whole trajectory of everything, and I think that he is. I just think he reads the room really well, instinctively, knows it, feels it now, and it's calming him down to the point to where you don't have to fight anymore. You've already fought. You've already won. The battle is not over. But you've already won. You're now on the high ground. And Donald Trump is used to swinging back. For him not to swing back speaks volumes of where he is and how he's changed.
Glenn, thanks so much for taking the time to join us tonight.
You gonna take the time to show up for your radio show tomorrow?
I am, by the way. Well, I won't get into it.
Yeah, we don't have time for that.
Okay,
you have 3 hours tomorrow morning, Glenn. It's okay.
Okay, goodbye. See you.
Thank you. We'll work on getting Steve Deace, but until then, yes, Stu, you're going to be probably with Glenn Beck then tomorrow morning at least.
I have to tell Pat. Apparently, Glenn's going to show up. I can't wait. He's going to be very excited about that. That was it was a really an amazing speech. Like, you're planning the event out. If he put it down on paper that he was going to go over and kiss the helmet, I would have been like, I don't know, Donnie. I don't know how that's going to work. It worked. The whole thing worked. I thought that whole first 20 minutes worked. I saw some people almost exclusively on the left saying, "Hey, it was weird. It was cringy," and it was different. I don't think it was weird. I don't think it was cringy. It felt honest. This man just took a bullet on live television. This is. He's allowed a little emotion, and I thought it was powerful.
All right, let's welcome in our friend Steve Deace, BlazeTV, host of the Steve Deace Show, into the conversation. And Steve, you've heard our conversations. He's mentioned God multiple times. He says, "I'm more determined than ever." What were your takeaways from Donald Trump tonight?
Well, I tried to watch this the way that I think maybe normie America, which I'm increasingly out of touch with, obviously, but unfortunately, they're still deciding things around here. So I tried to find myself watching this the way that normie America would. But I don't know how, even though we do this professionally for a living, you keep thinking to yourself, you see everything. Now I've seen everything. I think I've said now I've seen everything 70 times this year alone, guys. Okay. But you really saw, the whole country did. It's impossible to think that there's nothing about Donald Trump you don't know, you haven't seen. He was maybe the most famous man in the world other than the Pope before becoming president. And then you saw something for the first 20 minutes that no one has ever seen other than maybe people close to him. And I don't know necessarily how many times they have seen it. I think Matt described him, a man in transition. Obviously, it has a different connotation, unfortunately, these days. But in this case, I think very applicable. You're seeing a guy who 5 days ago, a man with, let's just say, a healthy ego and a sense of immortality, nearly met his maker, not when he was planning to. And I think that has clearly not processed itself all the way through yet. And I think sitting there in front of all those people with millions more watching at home and verbalizing it and verbal processing it out loud, I think that it was just maybe the most unique moment we've ever had at a political convention that's been televised in American history. And how the rest of it was kind of, a more subdued version of his rally shtick. And they'll get some good lines out of there that, sites like us and people like us will be able to share and help to generate a message with. in total, I don't think Normie America, lasted the 92 minutes. I think they probably, they sit up longer than Joe Biden did tonight. Okay. But I don't think they heard much of it beyond the first 20 minutes. I could make the case that may be for a good thing, because it would leave them with a different Donald Trump than they're used to and allow them to process that. How Normie America will receive that in the days to follow, I have no idea. As we speak, the Democrats are plotting tomorrow in their media just memory hole this whole thing and move on, and get back to Democrat intrigue and pushing Biden out to try to mitigate any kind of convention bounce. And so, I think all of our old traditional ways of analyzing things, and I say this as the guy that has a lot of traditional ways of analyzing things, but I think that we largely have no idea what the outcome of a lot of these things are going to be, and we're going to watch them all terraform right in front of us.
Steve, I know that you're a political junkie and you watch all of the RNCs. So where does this one rank? How different is this one than the ones you've seen before?
I'll defer to a professional like Michelle Tafoya that has done Super Bowls. That's the biggest production on planet Earth is the Super Bowl every year. And, for her to come out and say on X earlier tonight that the last 4 days is one of the best produced live events she's ever seen in her career, she's more qualified to give an opinion on that than me. So, I will defer to Michelle on that.
Well, Steve, thanks so much for taking some time to join us tonight. And I know that it's going to be an early morning for you, but I will see you on the Deace Group. If they stayed up this long, we can just let them know that I'll see you on the Deace Group tomorrow morning.
In deference to Trump, he did just kind of have some time on stage abruptly taken from him.
He did.
So
he did.
He wanted to take time. I think he's kind of entitled to that. I hear you. You bet. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah. To Stu's point, you just say, hey, man, you get hit with a bullet. You can go ahead and take as much time as you want. But it is one of these things that it's the production value. He says Michelle Tafoya running the Super Bowls and all this. It's a very well-crafted image that we have seen from the RNC. And we were talking earlier to Matthew Marsden about that and the Hollywood aspect of it, and just saying, okay, we are going to make sure that this is going to be impeccable from a viewership standpoint.
Yeah, I think it's amen, right? I mean, we've been asking for this for a long time, and they did deliver. I think it all led to tonight. And I think what it led to is that we keep on going back to these first 20 minutes. The more I think about it, part of the reason for almost a letdown afterwards is how intense that was, right? After that, you're thinking, I'm not okay with any normal political speech as great as it is. That just happened. Mm-hmm. And we just had this almost intimate moment where when you go back to what he was saying, he said, first, I'm not going to say it again, as if this was too personal. And then he something about when he was lying there, as Glenn pointed out, that changed his life. I think that was clear, but the full story was not quite there. And then he's like, I'm going to move on and we're going to do a rally,
it was cool. I guess if you want to be, hypercritical of it and you want to kind of pick it apart, you could probably say maybe they should have realized how powerful that first 20 minutes was going to be,
right?
And take the editing knife to the rest of that speech a little bit and chop it down and get to the basics and the highlights and show that positive vision and get off, because it was just. But at the end of the day, no one's going to remember the rest of it anyway. There were some good points in there, but
it was almost like Trump needed to do that to get back into it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I'm going to go back and we're going to do a rally in a subdued way, and I'm here with these people right now. It almost felt like it was for the people in the room as much as anything else.
And it was unfinished business. The guy was out there trying to give that speech before, and he was not allowed to. And as far as the stagecraft goes, look, your candidate is the most famous person in the world. He's a television star.
Successful reality show.
He is out, maybe, I don't know, Taylor Swift, maybe there's somebody else, but it's pretty much just Trump, right? It's Trump as the most famous person in the world. He's a television guy. He understands, the visuals, and I'm not surprised that he was able to pull off a pretty impressive convention.
And Donald Trump said, you wanted to stop the movement. It's not about me. It's about you. It can't be stopped. And that is when he is at his best in his messaging. Again, it's not me. It's all of you. I am standing here. They are coming after me because they want to attack you. And to me, that is still when he is at his absolute best.
Yeah, I thought, outside of the first 20 minutes, my favorite line of the entire night was, your expectations are not high enough. Like, that is how we should look at this
love
country,
that.
right? That's a great line, a great concept. It is how we should all be looking at the country. We should be expecting more than certainly we're getting right now.
Everybody should be raising the bar for everything that they do. Your expectations aren't high enough in any aspect of life. You can do more. You can be better. It's back to the American dream. He said nobody even talks about it anymore.
Yeah, and also he mentions the concept of the frontier and the devotion of the settlers, right? So the notion of the frontier is there's free space where you can still build, you can still create, you can still shape your own life. And everyone feels oppressed right now. And the kind of the sun that's shining today is people are looking at this as he has a real chance to win. He's going to win, and he's pushing people forward to think about what the future should look like.
Yeah, and I mean, this used to be what everybody thought was the way you go, right? Like, it used to be something that we all believed in, and I don't know what happened. I don't know if it can be reversed. At times, it feels like it can't be. It feels like everybody is a black pill. I get the pills confused, but everybody's in that mode of just constant despair. And it's nice to have someone. I really actually thought J.D. Vance did a really good job with this as well. He was the happy warrior. Like, I remember listening to Rush when I started becoming a conservative. I was listening to Rush Limbaugh, in the mid '90s, and everyone points to him as some dour figure, some mean, hateful guy. He was happy. He was joking. He enjoyed pointing out the absurdity of life. And I thought J.D. Vance captured that a little bit last night. Trump's was a different vibe today, but still gave a hopeful vision of the future, even if that hopeful vision might just be turning around where we are now, because wherever we have now, we're going in the wrong direction. We're going there fast. Let's turn this ship around and go the other direction.
Yeah, and before you could have said, too, this is all about Trump. It is about one man, and that is the movement, and he's a narcissist, and all these things people would say. Now, all of a sudden, you have someone who really put his life on the line and is ready to move forward, and is even passing that torch to Vance and passing that torch in this speech by saying, this movement will outlast me.
Let's bring in our friend and colleague, Chris Bedford, Blaze Media senior politics editor. He is standing right outside the arena right now. So, Chris, what was it like in the room tonight?
The expectations building up, and then to see Donald Trump come out there, and one attendee compared it to, she felt like she was invited into his living room and was talking to him as family. It was an intimate, and certainly, as you've been talking about, subdued speech, not the usual Trump who's out there always yelling. I've seen quieter Trumps before, even in 2016 in the Iowa campaign trail. Sometimes he would be a little quieter, sometimes maybe a little tired. We all know that getting shot in the head probably takes a little bit out of you. But the message he came across with tonight was one of trying to bring people more together, one of trying to paint a future, one that really listed through a lot of different policies, very specifically, that he wanted to go through right here. I think it was, when I talked to people as they were leaving tonight, I said, what do you think, what do you think? And the response was, I think we're going to win.
Was there one or two lines that stuck out to you from Trump's speech tonight that will resonate with you beyond this?
I shouldn't be here today. Really struck a nerve just watching that, because we were all thinking about that. We couldn't believe it when we saw our screens and were glued to the TV on Saturday. And it was just a wild turnaround to get here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but to realize just how close this was to not going the way that anybody expected. Donald Trump being killed on television, and instead it's such an absolutely joyful moment. And then I guess the second thing was probably when the crowd responded, chanting back at him, yes, you're supposed to be here, you are supposed to be here. And there was Trump, just like all politicians, he does pull on some of the religiosity and some he pulls on God, but it felt more authentic than previously here. It seems like there's been a back and forth amongst folks who are close to him at the convention, people who know him or around him, over whether or not he's actually a changed person. Most of the people are saying yes, and I think the person we saw today, the person who reflected on being on the ground, was a changed person. And another thing that I thought really stood out was in 2016, Donald Trump absolutely campaigned on a movement much bigger than himself, much broader. In 2020, I found that was lacking. A lot of the 2020 campaign wasn't about build the wall or bring back manufacturing. It was about personal grievances amongst the people who had wronged him. And there were many people who had authentically wronged him. But that was a huge focus. For him to talk about how important it was to him to look around and see that people hadn't run. The crowd hadn't scattered like you almost always see when people start shooting. Tucker telling that story when he got on the phone with him the day after the day of the assassination attempt. That really stuck with me, and that was a theme throughout the whole speech, was a little bit unusual for Donald Trump. All politicians have a bit of an ego. Otherwise, they wouldn't be politicians. It's unfair for Trump to be criticized in a way that other politicians don't. But tonight, I really heard some of that 2016 unity movement with J.D. Vance on the ticket. There's a lot of excitement in the air.
Chris, you've been there all week long. So what's your final takeaways from the RNC this week?
No, it was the best run convention I've been to. I've been to 3 conventions so far, Republican. I've been to a Democrat convention. Usually they're difficult. Usually there's division. Usually there's arguing. But there's the Bernie bros versus Hillary Clinton, or the people who are not so excited about Mitt Romney as a candidate, or the never-Trumpers. That was different. Another thing was there was a lot of talk about some of the ideas here. J.D. Vance is definitely an ideas candidate. Donald Trump's had a different vein, but he's got that. The last 2 conventions I was at, I was sitting on the last night when the Republican president accepted the nomination, or the nominee, with Tucker and a small crew of people who we all worked together. There was no shot that he would have gone on stage to talk to introduce Mitt Romney, to introduce even 2016 Mike Pence, Donald Trump ticket. What changed in those 8 years since 2016 wasn't Tucker, it was the party, and it was some of the ideas, and I think you really saw that on display.
Chris, great work this week. We really appreciate everything that you have brought to our broadcast, so thanks for joining us.
It's been great to be here.
All right, guys, some final thoughts. Matthew, we'll start with you.
I think you have this crescendo, right, after coming into this evening in an incredible event. Everyone recognizes this incredible event. And now the proof is in the pudding. We'll see what happens coming out of it. I mean, we are not anywhere close to having processed what just happened. We're not even a week away from the assassination attempt. So I think on the one hand, you have people on the right who think this is the beginning of a once-in-a-lifetime realigning election. There's no way that Trump can lose. The culture is changing. There's a momentous tectonic shift happening, and it's just going to keep playing out in the coming weeks. And then on the other hand, you'd have a view that said, that the other forces are assembling, and they're not just going to lay down. This is a divided country. There's a 40% floor on both sides. And it's not over by a long shot, because we live in volatile times and there are desperate people who still want to win. So, there we are. But I think the most fascinating thing about the entire night and everything we've seen is the change in Trump himself.
Stu?
First of all, thank you for having me. This has been a lot of fun, and watching the speech with you guys was a great time. We're going to be going on YouTube at youtube.com/Stu Does America in like 2 minutes as soon as we're done here.
We're all roped in. You stayed this long, we'll stay for you.
All right, youtube.com/Stu Does America. Go there when we sign off.
I might run out and get some beer, but I'll be there.
That's probably
very welcome.
A good idea.
At this point, I think over the next 3.5 months, we may have a totally different opponent for Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
We will have a Democratic convention. We will have a VP debate in theory. We will have a presidential debate, I think, again. Maybe who knows who it's between. There's going to be a lot of stuff. And I think there will be a moment, it's like the NBA, everybody makes a run. And there will be a moment where it doesn't feel like this. It doesn't feel like it's an overwhelming victory. I don't know if it will hold. I mean, I think Donald Trump is the heavy favorite and should be able to win this election, But there may be moments where that is in doubt. We're going to have to deal with all that over the next 3.5 months. I think tonight is a good night to just step back and say, wow, this is a good moment. Like this is a good position for the conservative movement and the Republican Party. It might not be the exact flavor you like. You might want different things out of certain policies. That's all fine to go back and forth about. But right now, the Democrats are the one, for once, that are in disarray. The Democrats are the one that don't know what the hell they're doing and bumbling on stage like they're the Three Stooges. that's kind of a good place to be. We should enjoy this moment and realize not every moment's going to be like this.
Yes.
They are few and far between, gentlemen. We'd like to thank everyone for tuning into this Blaze TV presentation of the Republican National Convention, probably the biggest one of our lifetime. And make sure that you're subscribed to Blaze News Tonight YouTube channel to hear Senator Marsha Blackburn coming up tomorrow to tell us about her confrontation with the head of the Secret Service in their failure to protect Trump and his supporters. That starts tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on Blaze News Tonight. Have a good night, everyone.